Hello friends, you are highly welcome to my channel. My name is Mr. Adinuba, and in today's tutorial we're going to be building together a video conferencing application using ReactJS with ZEGOCLOUD. Trust me guys, you are going to love this and you are going to learn a lot in today's tutorial because we're going to be building this project from scratch. And one thing I want you to know again is that it's going to be animated. Let's take a look at it and see how it works, how it looks like. Also, I'll be dropping a link in the description section of this video. That is a demo link that you can click to see how it looks like yourself, right? So let me refresh. As you can see, everything is coming out with smooth transition effect. Now let's try scrolling. But before I scroll, just take a look at this cool transition effect and this navigation. All right, awesome. This is cool, guys. And look at this. Look at this dashboard we place here. Look at this. Awesome. Awesome. This is cool, guys. Look at the chat section. You can even scroll it. Awesome, guys. Look at these buttons. This is cool. This is by far one of the best landing page you will see on YouTube. Awesome. You see, as we scroll, everything comes out with smooth transition effect. Awesome. Take a look at this partner section. See, when I hover over it, it stops scrolling. Let me refresh this again. You see, look at these cards coming out with smooth transition effect. We can even scroll this. Awesome, awesome. Let's keep scrolling. Awesome, guys. Beautiful. And this is the testimonial section. Awesome. Whoa. So this is what we're going to be building today. This is very cool, guys. It is very cool. Also, before I'll begin to demonstrate, show you the ZEGOCLOUD, the meeting room, let's take a look at how responsive this project is, this landing page is. So let me switch to inspection mode and let me click on this icon over here. And as you can see, it is very responsive. Look at it. Let me refresh. Awesome. Let me bring this down and let's keep scrolling down. You see, even the dashboard we placed here at the hero section, it is responsive. Awesome, guys. Awesome. This is cool. So this project, it fits perfectly fine into mobile, tablet, and desktop. And it is very responsive. Now to see the sidebar, we can click over here to see the sidebar. And here is the sidebar. Look at, there is an overlay here. When we click on the overlay, the sidebar goes back. All right. Awesome, guys. This is beautiful. This is cool. So let me now show you the meeting room. So to join a meeting, or you can start or join a meeting. So let's start a meeting. And it brings you to this page where you can join or you can start your own meeting. All right, so let me just allow it to make use of my camera. And I will not allow it to make use of my microphone since I'm using my microphone to record. And this is it. You can copy this link and send to someone who you want to, be part of the meeting, and the person will be able to join using the link. So let me copy the link and let me go ahead and join. And here we are in the room. ZEGOCLOUD has a lot of features. This is the chat features. You can send a message so that other participants in the meeting can see it. Can you see that? So other participants can also reply to this message, and I will see it over here. Also, you can know the numbers of participants when you come over here. And here you can see the link for this meeting. You can copy the meeting and send to other participants so that they can join on the meeting. So I will copy it and let me open a new tab and I will paste it here and I will just give it permission to use my camera, and I will not allow you to use my mic because I'm using it to record. And here is it. Let's go ahead and edit the name. I'll just change the name to Adinuba and click on join. And here we are. So there are two people now in this call. All right. There are two people. Awesome. If you click here, you'll see the number of participants. So we have two participants here. And over here, we can unmute the audio. We can also unmute the mute and unmute the video. And we can share the screen by clicking here and then give it permission to make share screen. And that is it. Also, you can make some settings. You can change the layout by clicking here. So you can change the grid or sidebar. Currently, it is on auto. Let's go ahead and change it to grid and let's see how it looks like. You see how the grid layout looks like. And this is the sidebar. This is how it looks like. Awesome. Now let's put it back. Let's go ahead and put it. Let's come here. Let's come here. And you see there are two people here also. Awesome. This is cool, guys. This is cool. And let's go ahead and close this. Let's close them. So, guys, you have seen what we're going to create today. Please, if you have not subscribed to the channel, encourage me by subscribing to this channel. Also, make sure you like this video and write your comment on the comment section. Please subscribe to the channel. It will not take you more than 2 seconds to click on that subscribe button and click on that like icon and also write your comment. Guys, support me by subscribing to the channel. Go ahead and do it right now. I'm waiting for you. Thank you for doing that. And let's go to the project. Before we start creating projects, let's go ahead and register on ZEGOCLOUD. ZEGOCLOUD is a global communication service provider which provides developer-friendly and powerful SDK and APIs to build many communication features on your app, such as video calls, live streaming, cloud recording, AI effects, superboard, digital human, and more. There are a lot you can achieve with ZEGOCLOUD. So guys, go ahead and register, and you can make use of their UI kits to quickly create your application. Now let's go ahead and click on sign up to sign up. So here, just fill this form with your details, your email address, and go through the captcha to get an OTP. So I'm going to input my OTP right now. It has been sent to my mail. And let's enter a strong password and let's go ahead and sign up. Also fill this form, fill in the form. All right. And let me select my country and so get the country code and enter my phone number. And you see ZEGOCLOUD gives you 10,000 free minutes. So go ahead and sign up. I'll be using VS Code for writing my code, and I'll be using Firefox browser to preview the code. So let's go ahead and create a project. So I'll click here and I'll click on open folder, and here I'm going to create a new folder called video conference and hit and create. Also click on open. Now the folder has opened as my root folder over here. So let's click on this icon over here to open the bottom panel, our terminal. So here on the terminal, I'm going to create a new React application using Vite. So let's say npm create Vite at latest dot / to create it. This will create it on our root folder. Now using the arrow button, navigate to React and click on enter. And also make sure you select TypeScript and click on enter. And if you take a look, it has created a React application for us using TypeScript, Vite and TypeScript. So let's go ahead and install the dependencies let's clear the terminal first, and let's say npm install. So the dependencies has installed successfully, and when we take a look, you see that the node module folder has been added for us here. So to run this application, we are going to be using, let's first of all clear the terminal using clear command. We're going to use npm run dev to run the application. So here we're going to open this link on the browser. So hold on command and click on this to open it here on the browser. And as you can see, this is it here on the browser. So this is the default. So there are things we need to remove. First, let's go to src folder. So we're going to remove this app.css. Let's delete it. And also let's open app.css. Let's delete all of this. Okay, so we're just going to have empty component here. So this is just what we have now within our app. So here in the app, this is what we have. Also now let's come over here. I'm going to highlight everything that is within this place, and I'm going to remove it. Let's come back. So you see we have index.css empty and app.txs. This is it. This is what we just have here. And here is where our application is being initialized. Okay, so here let's just put something, for example, h1, and let's say hello world. All right, and let's say please subscribe. Can you see that? See, what we wrote here is what we are now seeing over here. This is cool, guys. Awesome. Awesome. Next, we are going to be using TailwindCSS for this project. So let's go ahead and install TailwindCSS in this project. So let's come to the browser and let's go to Tailwind. I will be going to this particular route. This route is for Vite. When you want to configure Tailwind for Vite, take a look at the route, tailwindcss.com/docs/guide/Vite. All right, so this is because we want to configure Tailwind for Vite, React application we created using Vite. All right, so first, the first instruction here is to create your Vite application. But we've already created that. So what we will do is just to come straight here. First, let's copy this first command, this one. Let's copy it and let's come to our application, and this plus icon here, let's click on it to open a new terminal. So this first terminal here is where my application is running, and the second terminal we're going to be using it to install dependencies that we're going to be using. So let me paste what I just copied from tailwindcss.com and click on enter. Now it has installed successfully. Awesome. Now next thing we're going to do is see the second command. After that one we just executed, let's copy this one and let's paste it here and click on enter. Awesome. As you can see, this command just added 2 files to this project. You see, it added this post css.config.js, and also it added the tailwind.config.js. All right. Awesome. Awesome. So let's scroll down. So it's telling us to add this to our tailwind.config.js file. So let's copy this and we're going to be adding it within this var bracket of content. So let's paste it here. Okay, let's keep on scrolling down. So it's also telling us to add this piece of code to our index.css file. So let's copy it and let's come to index.css and let's paste it here. Awesome. Now it's telling us to restart our application. So let's come over here. This is where we're running the application. Before we rerun the application, let's try using Tailwind. And let's see if it will work. Let's see text red. Let's see text red 400. And let's see if it is working. You see, it is not working. So let's close it. All right, and let's rerun it using npm run dev. Awesome, and it's refreshing. Boom! Can you see that? It's now working. You see, it means Tailwind is now officially working in our application. All right, so let me just close all of this, and we're going to be adding some code here in tailwind.config.js. Within the extend, I'm going to be adding the colors we're going to be making use of in this project. So let me say colors and let's add the colors. Please, while typing the color, please spare out sometimes and go ahead and like this video. And also make sure you subscribe to this channel if you have not subscribed. The best way to encourage me is by subscribing to the channel and also giving this video a thumbs up. So guys, please support me by going ahead, subscribing to the channel and giving this video a thumbs up. Do that right now. It is free and it won't take your time. Thanks. So these are the colors we're going to be making use of in this project. So for example, if I want to make use of this primary color, for example, I can let me come to app.txs and let's make use of it. So if I want to make use of it as a background, I can say bg-primary and that becomes the background color of this h1. Now we can make use of all of these colors. Let's copy this background, and because I want this thing to be I want it to be dark mode, I'll come over to this place and the color we copy from there, we're going to use it here now. We're going to say background and we're going to add the color we just copied. Awesome. So you see that is now the background of this. Okay, so we're also going to edit this in order to make more sense. So we're going to edit this. Video conferencing made easy. Video conferencing made easy. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and close this And we have successfully configured Tailwind CSS. Next, we are going to write some general styles that we're going to be making use of. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and close this. And we have successfully configured Tailwind CSS. Next, we are going to write some general styles that we're going to be making use of. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and close this. And we have successfully configured Tailwind CSS. Next, we are going to write some general styles that we're going to be making use of. The styles we're going to write now is going to be styles we're going to be reusing frequently. So before we start writing those styles, first of all, let's type our HTML and the body. Alright, so I'm going to give the scroll bar width to be 10. And I'm also going to say scroll bar color. So here, the color I'm going to give it will be the primary color. And here I defined the primary color within here. So I'm going to just copy it and close the file, and I'll paste it here. Also, I'm going to add transparent here. Okay. And the next thing is let's apply some classes, Tailwind classes here. So I'm going to say the height should be full BG background. You see BG background, we've already defined it within our tailwind.config.js. Text white and overflow hidden. Also, we're going to see overflow y should be auto. Now, let's create this layer. So a component layer. So at this component layer, we're going to create the general styles that we're going to be using for the different components we're going to be creating in this project. So first of all, I'm going to write a style for the image. So I'm going to just apply this. I'm going to say that it should be objects cover for all my images. Also, let's create BTN. So for the BTN, we are going to see, we're going to apply this. Let's see. Okay. And let's see, rounded full text SN. And let's give it text white and tracking. Okay. And let's give it a border. And let's say border white /10. Okay. And awesome, guys. Let's go ahead and add decoration. uh, 0 transition off, and let's say duration dash 500 colon text primary. So when we hover it, we change the color to text primary. Also, let's come over here. Let's see .btn .primary. So any one that has btn and has a primary class, also we're going to apply the following styles. So we're going to see that the background should be bg-primary, and hover, we're going to give it a light or bg-primary. So we're going to say /70. So this makes it transparent, by 7. Look at it here, by 0.7. So it changed it to RGBA basically. All right, so on hover, we're going to change the text to white. And next, that is it for this. So the next thing we're going to create now is the main title. We're going to be using this class different places. That's why we're creating it here. So we're going to give it a test gradient class. All right, this test gradient class, we're going to create it very soon. I want to say font bold and text. Okay, and let's give it text center. Also, let's go ahead and say that .md should be 5 pixel, should be big like this. All right, so we need to create this guy. This is not inbuilt. It's not inbuilt within Tailwind. So let's create a class called test gradient, and we're going to see apply. We're going to see bg gradient. Let's see right, and from dash primary to dash white, and let's click it to test by saying bg click dash text, and let's make the text transparent by saying text dash transparent. All right, and created that. Now let's go ahead and create the title class. So here on the title, we're going to apply fonts. Let's say dash semi bold, and let's say text dash SL, text dash center, MD, we give it text dash 4 XL, and that is it. Okay, so the next thing we're going to create now is, let's go ahead and create rounded dash profile class. So we're going to apply this. Let it size dash 8 and rounded dash full and overflow dash hidden. Also, let's say rounded, let's create another class, rounded dash profile dash small. And here we are going to apply this. It's basically the same thing we have here, but instead of size dash 8, we use size dash 6. And then next thing, the last thing I want to create here is rounded dash icon. Let's just say rounded icon. We're going to apply this. So we're going to say that it should be flexed, and items should be center, justify dash center, size dash 9, rounded dash full, and that was it. So these are the general styles that we are going to be using for this project. And as you can see, everything is written with Tailwind except these two line of code. All right, so we're going to be making use of this BTN class, the main title class, test gradient class in different places. And that is why we are creating them here. All right, you might be wondering, why did I wrap it with this at layer component? So the reason is because anything placed within components we execute before the utilities. The utilities, actually the class names are used within my component. All right. So anything I write within my component, we override what is within this component styles. So anything I write in the tags, any class name I give the tags, we override what is the styles within the component, which means if I use btn in my div, for example, I can also change the background color and change many things that is here. It will override it. But when we continue, we will see how this thing really works. All right. So this is it. So we can now close this. And before we go ahead and start creating components, let's take a look. Let's text some of these classes that we use here. Like for example, let me test this btn class that we use here. So I'm going to come over here. Let me create a button, for example. Let me just say button. Let's say subscribe. All right, and look at the button over here. If I give it a class of btn, and you see how it looks like. All right, we can also give it primary, and it will be the color primary. Awesome, guys. So look at it. Awesome. Awesome. So this is it. And you see what we wrote here is at work over here. And it makes sense. All right. So that is it. Now the next thing we need to do is we are going to install a package called React Router DOM because we need to create different pages. So I'm going to come over to here and I'm going to open the stamina. Let's clear it and let's install npm install React Router DOM. So this is what we need to install right now. Awesome. You see, React Router DOM has installed successfully. What we're actually going to be using this React Router DOM to do is to navigate from one page to another. So this project is going to be containing more than one page, and that is why we need React Router DOM. It's not just a single page application. So what we need to do right now is let's go ahead and import browser router from React Router DOM, and let's come over here and wrap everything within browser router. All right, so I'm going to clear off this and I'm going to create what is called routes. So as you can see, this routes is imported from React Router DOM also. And let's go ahead and create a route. And also you see the route is imported from React Router DOM. So let's create the first route, which will be the home page. And we're going to say, we're going to pass in an element. Let's say h1 here. And let's say home page. You see, when we're in home page, this will show. whatever that is here will show over here. All right, so let's create another one, another page. Let's say route, and let's say path should be, let's say join, and let's say join page, and let's say if we come over here now, we say join. Let's go join, and we open. You see it says join page. This is it here. So let's go ahead and create pages that we can, instead of placing this here, let's replace it with a component. So let's come over here and let's create pages. So I'm going to go ahead and create home page component. Sorry, we'll name it to .txs, and we go ahead and create a component home page. So you can see home page is here, and we can now replace this with the home page we just created. So we import it. You see, home page has been imported from where we created it, from pages. All right. So let's go ahead and also create a join page, and we're going to come here. We're going to say join page.css, and we create this. All right. So let me just remove this, and also I'm going to remove this here. Okay, so this join page that I just created, I'm going to just write join page is here, and instead of writing this, I'm just going to replace it with join page. All right, awesome. So you see, we are now in the join page. So we have the home page and the join page. But what happens if the user goes to a page that does not exist? For example, now about, you see, nothing happens because this about does not exist. So what I will do is I'm going to create another route, and I'm going to supply asterisk, and I'm going to add home page here. So what this does is, if the user goes to any page that does not exist, it will redirect, it will show this home page. All right. For example, this about does not exist, and now it's showing the home page. So if I go to any route that does not exist, it will show the home page. See, it shows the home page. And this is awesome, guys. Awesome. So what we will do now is we're going to work on this page, on this join page, before we continue with the home page. I need to show you how to integrate ZEGOCLOUD to your React application before we now continue with designing the landing page. So let's go ahead to ZEGOCLOUD and create a project. So let's go to ZEGOCLOUD.com. So if you have not created an account with ZEGOCLOUD, go ahead and create an account. And also make sure you sign in so that you can be able to make it. So I'm already signed in. Let me just go to my account. So here I'm going to create a new project. So to create a new project in ZEGOCLOUD, you're going to click on create project. So there are a lot of different projects that you can create over here, as you can see, and you can use ZEGOCLOUD in different platforms. including mobile applications for Android, for iOS, and all of that. So what I'm creating today is a video conference application. So I'll click on this one and I'll scroll down and click on next. If you have not signed up to this ZegoCloud, make sure you sign up and start making use of it to build your application very fast. So I'm going to name the application video, let's say video conference. All right. And there are two options here. So there is the UI kit option and there is the SDK options. So to build your application very fast, you can go with the UI kit. All right. So, but if you want to customize everything, you can go with the custom SDK. All right. So let's go with the UI kit. Awesome. So we can now click on start building. And here we are. So you can integrate this on your web application, your iOS application, your Android application, your Flutter application, your React Native application. You can integrate ZegoCloud into it. So but what we're using right now is web. So let's click on this one. And over here, let's just click on this, save and start to integrate. Then let's click on get the config file. You can test it to see how it works here. So let's just click on here and let's scroll down and let's click on go to the admin console. So here is the projects that I just created here. This is it here. So let me click on it. So to view the guide on how to integrate it to our application, we can now click on this view guide. So we want to integrate it using our npm package. So let's click on this. And the first thing we need to do first is let's copy this command to install the built UI kits. So we copy this and we come to our terminal here and let's paste it and install. Awesome. You see it has installed successfully. So the next thing we need to do is to add this code. Let's add this code. So make sure you select React and let's just click here to copy. So what I will do is I'll come to this join page. I'll just highlight and remove everything. So I'll just paste what I just copied. Let's click on it again. All right, copied. So I'll just paste what I copied from here. All right, and this is it. So there are a few changes I just need to make here. First, because this is a TypeScript, we need to add something here, a type here. Let's just add any. All right. Also, here, let's add any. And the next thing we need to add here is the app ID and also the server secret. So if you take a look at the ZegoCloud project we created, you see that we have the app ID here and the server secret over here. So what I will do is when you come to the project, all right, so here in the project, I'm going to create a new file called .env.local. So here I'm going to create Vite, and let's say ZegoCloud app ID, and we're going to copy the app ID here by clicking this, and I'm going to paste it here. Now also, let me see, server secret. All right, so we're also going to copy the server secrets and place over here. So for the server secrets, we click on this area and copy. I'm going to just place it here. So now let's come back over here. So we're going to say pass int, and we're going to import. Okay, then let me just copy it here. We import the app ID. All right, and the next thing we need to do right now is to also get this one, which is the server secrets, and just copy this and paste it here. Awesome. This is awesome, guys. So we are done integrating the ZegoCloud. This is just very fast. All right. So let's take a look at it. Now that I am at the join page, let me come to the join page. If I go to the join page, you see I've created a place where we can join. Look at it. So I can copy this link and send to people I want, I want them to be part of this meeting, and they will be part of the meeting. I can go ahead and click on join to join the meeting. Awesome. And see, look at the charts, everything. Awesome, guys. It just ZegoCloud is very easy and simple to make use of. And you can see it. Awesome. We can even stop the meeting here. We can go ahead and add some settings and all of that. Awesome. So this is cool, guys. So this is it, how to integrate ZegoCloud, and it's very simple. So let's go ahead and this, and we can now go ahead and create the landing page. Now that we have created the join page, let's come back to the home page here. So for the home page, we are going to create a landing page over there, but this is this. This is very simple to create. So I'm going to close those files, and let's go to the home page and create it. So here I will start by removing this div. Just then next, let's go ahead and create the navbar. So I'm creating a folder called components. So within this components folder, let's create navbar and create it here. All right. And let's come back to the home page. So I'm going to just import the navbar and make use of it here. Awesome. As you can see, this navbar is being imported from components folder. All right. So I can write Navbar here, and as you can see, this is it here on the screen. So we are going to create this navbar right now, which is what we're working on. But before then, let's go ahead and close this. I'm already showing you how to make use of ZegoCloud and all of that. And the next thing we need to do now, we're going to be using icons in this project. So before we start writing the code for this navbar, let's go ahead and add the icons library that we're going to be using. So let's search for Lucide.dev. So here is their website. You can go on guide. Let's click on guide, and let's come here and click on installation, and let's go to the React section. So to install it, let's switch to npm. We need to copy this command, and let's come over here and install it. So let me clear this command, this terminal, and let's paste the command and click enter. All right, so you see this has been installed successfully. So we can now go ahead and make use of the Lucide icon. All right, any icon, for example, if you want to make use of any icon, you can just come to this place, this here, and click on icon. You can search for any icon you wish. Let's say building, for example. You see, this is an icon for building. I can click here and copy the component name and come over here, for example, and import the building from Lucide icon, Lucide React, and make use of it. For example, I can make use of that over here by adding it here. And let's take a look. You see it, the building icon is here. So this is just to show you how it really works. All right. So I don't really want to make use of it yet. So what we need to do now is let's write some styles here. So I'm going to say it should be sticky, and the top should be 0 z-50 bg-background flex items center and justify between e-4. So we have successfully added this type, and let's go ahead and create some things within it. I'll go ahead and add a div in here, and within the div we are going to destructure what I called route. So let's come up here and let's create routes. So this is going to be an array. All right, so we are going to create the first route now. Let's say label, and here we're going to write home, and let's add href / okay. Now let's come over to this, and what we're going to do here is we're going to output the route. We are not done with the route yet. Output it, then we'll go back and finish it up. So I'm going to say routes here, and index. So we're going to be using let's come up here, let's import link. Let's import link from React router done, and let's separate it from the route. Also, let's separate the route from the component. So here we're going to use the link component. So here we're going to output route dot label, and over here we're going to say we're going to say route dot href. So which means when we click on it, it will go to whatever the href is. All right. So next, let's give it a key and we give it index. Next, let's give it a class name. So I would like to break this so that we can see everything. All right. Okay, let me just proceed and give it a class name. So the class name I'm going to give it and say text-lg text-muted, and let's say hover. We're going to give it text-primary and transition dash all, and this is it. If you take a look at the browser, you see we have home over here, which is what we just have within our route. Now let's go ahead and add the rest. So I'm going to add for, let me just duplicate them. I'll change this one to about, but because I don't have a about page, we're not going to be creating an about page. This is just a landing page we're creating here. So I will just change that to hash. Also, I'll change this one to hash, and let me duplicate more. All right, so this, I'll change this one to pricing, and this, I'll change this to contact us, and take a look at it here. This is it. So we are going somewhere. So what we need to do right now is this. Let's come over to here. Let's give this guy a class name. So first we're going to make it to be fixed, and we're going to make it block at the same time, and we'll make sure that the height should be h full and the width should be, let's say, 300 pixels. Also, let's say the top should be 0 and z index should be 40, and also let's give it some left of we're going to minus let's say 320 pixels so that it will be hidden. And we are going to do something now. Let's come over here and let's create a state called open, and let's say state open. Now I'm going to say it will be equal to use state. So use state will be imported from React. As you can see, is imported from React over here. So we give it a value of false by default. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to just cut it, and I'm going to place it within this so that we can be able to write some JavaScript code within here. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say if open, we are going to add something. I'm going to say that left should be 0 pixel. All right. We are going somewhere, guys. So the next thing I'm going to do, let's add padding, sys, and also let's add bg background, and let's see what this will do. Let's see what it will do for now. So I'm going to create something. I'm going to create a button that we're going to be using to open this nav button. All right. So what I will do, I'll create a button here. I'm going to use the menu icon. So this menu icon is imported from Lucide React. Look at it here. Okay. So let's add on click here. So on a click, I'm going to say set open, and we're going to pass in not open. So this we change the value of open to whatsoever be the current value of open. For example, if open is true, it will change it to false, and if it is false, it will change it to true. So this is the button here. So let's click on it. You see, when we click on it, the sidebar comes out. All right, but let me change the background color of this. Let me change it to PG primary so that we'll be able to see it. All right, so you see when I click on this, it comes out smoothly. All right, so what we need to do now is, let me change it back. Let's add the remaining styles here. So the remaining styles is this. I'm going to flex it, and I'm going to say flex cool. And next, I'm going to give it gap dash 4 and transition dash 4, and let's give it delay it by saying duration dash 500. Also, we are going to say at minimum width for 900 pixel, we need to change it from fixed to static. All right. And we are going to also say that at minimum load of 900 pixel, let's flex roll it instead of flex co. So let's say flex roll. And next, we're going to say this also. We are going to give it a width auto. All right. And also, lastly, we need to disable the padding. So let's say p-0. All right. So this is it here. I'm going to, you see, on a wider screen, it will display this way, but on a smaller screen that is on mobile, this is where it will display. Once again, let me change the background so that we will see it clearly. All right, so let me see primary here and look at it over here. This is how it looks like. All right, so but here, you see how it looks like on wide screen. All right, this is how it looks like. Awesome, guys. Awesome. So let me change it back to BG background. All right. So next, let's move the button out. Let's move it to outside. All right. So to do that, let's come over to here. All right. So over here, we are going to add some class name. Let's add a class. And the first class name we're going to add here, let's say it should be flex. And let's say the items dash center. Also justify dash center or cursor dash pointer bg dash secondary. e-2 border and border dashed border white of underscore 10 over, we're going to say border primary rounded SL dash SL text dash muted, and let's see over, we're going to say text dash white transition dash or duration dash 500 and at minimum width of 900 pixel. Let's say hidden. We're going to hide it at 900 pixel. All right. So still on still, it is still hidden under here. So it is still hidden here. And look at the button here. So let's do something that will make it shift to the end of this. So I think to do that, we need to come back to this. We have this here. We have this here. Okay, so since this is item center, okay, and for example, let me check something here. Let me say BG primary. Okay, so all right. Okay, so I think I know where this thing is coming from. Very soon, it will move in there. But let's go ahead and add the logo. To add a logo, I will create a new component called logo.txs, and let's create the component. All right. So I'll be creating my logo here. First, I'm going to use an icon as the logo. Let's import a video icon from Lucide React, and I'm going to add the video icon here. Okay. Next, I'm going to give it a size. I'm going to make sure that the size is big enough. Let's give it 38. And also let's give it some class name. So the class name I'm going to give it, I want the background to be primary, and I want it to have a P-2, all right, and rounded dash all G, all right. And next thing I will do after this is, let me come over here. I'm going to use H1 right now. So within the H1, I'm going to write one meet, all right. And I'm going to also give this a class name. So the class name I'm going to give it is just called test gradient, all right. This test gradient class, if you could remember, we created it within our index.css. Look at it here. So we are just making use of it. Okay. So let me close it. So before we add this logo to our navbar, let's give this one also a class name. That is the container. We're going to flex it, and we're going to say items dash center, and let's give it gap dash 1 text dash 2 XL, and finally let's say font dash bold. All right. So let's come back to the navbar, and right after the container for our navbar, before we go to the container of the sidebar, we are going to add the logo here. All right. So you see the logo has been imported from where we created it, and look at the logo here. So now if you observe, you'll see that this menu button has moved to the right side. The reason why it is not moving is because this parent container needs at least two elements, two children, direct children, for it to justify between. Hope you understand this. All right, beautiful. Now, if we click on this menu icon, this button here, you see the sidebar comes in, and if we click again, it goes back. Awesome, awesome, guys. This is it. All right. So the next thing we want to do now is let's add an overlay when the sidebar appears. But I also want you to remember that on a large screen, you see, this is how it's going to look like. And the menu button will not display on a large screen. All right. So this will only be working this way on a mobile device. All right. So let's go ahead and add an overlay. All right. So to add an overlay, let's come over here and let's add overlay. So I'm going to use this. If open is true, then I'm going to create a div. This div is going to be the overlay. Let's add some styles to it. So first, I'm going to make it fixed and top 0, left 0, and let's give it a z index of 30 and width dash full, h dash full, and bg dash background. We want it to be transparent, so let's say for all over 50, and over we're going to say bg dash background all over 70, transition dash all, and duration dash 500, and cursor dash pointer, and this is it. You see, when we click on this, you see there is an overlay here, right here. So I'm going to create something now. You see, because this thing is having the same background color, we're not seeing everything clearly. Once again, let me change this background color here so that we can see everything clearly. All right, so this is our sidebar, and there is overlay over here. So what I would do next is let's add this on click to the overlay. So I'm going to add on click to my overlay so that when I click on it, the sidebar will go back. And look at it. You see it? When we click, it appears here, and when we click, it goes back. You see, when we click on the overlay, it goes back. All right. So let me change this back to the original color. All right. All right. Awesome. So next, we need to move on to the next section. So the next one we're going to do is let's add some buttons to this. So we're going to add a button here. Let's create a div as a container. So the button I'm going to add is I'm going to add two buttons here. So we're going to be using link. And if you could remember, we imported this link from React Router done. All right, so I'm going to create a button called Start Meeting. All right, and I'm going to say to here I'm going to redirect to the join page that we created. All right, so /join, and I'm going to say target underscore blank so that it will open on a new Windows. All right. And let's give it some class name. Let's just say it should have btn and test-rg. All right. So I'm going to duplicate this, and this second button, I'm going to change this text to join now. All right. Let me remove this. And okay. Now I'm going to add something to this second button. I'm going to add primary to it. All right. And look at it here. And you see, awesome. Awesome. So right now, we need to style the container, this button's container. So let's say class name. So first of all, we're going to hide it on a smaller screen. All right, as you can see, it is hidden right now, and we're only going to display it at XM. So we're saying that it should display flex at a minimum screen of 640 pixel. All right, and the next, let's say the item dash center, items dash center, and gap dash 4. All right. So uh let's widen this up to the level where it will display. Can you see it? See those buttons as display right now. All right. Beautiful. So the next thing I want to do is I want to add a logo on the sidebar. All right. That is the next thing I want to do here. So to do that, I'm going to come to here before I upload the route. So I'm going to create a div, all right, and I'm going to add the logo we created, and you see the logo is added. But now the problem is if this goes to full screen, you see that a logo will also appear here, which means we're having two logos right now. And that is bad, guys. That is very, very bad. All right. So what to prevent this from happening, all right, we are going to use this guy, this mediocre here. So let's give this div a class name. All right. We'll give it a class name. First, what we're going to do, we're going to give it some margin button first, ND-8, and we are going to say at minimum width of 900 pixel, it should be hidden. All right, and that is it. That is all we have to write for it. And let me expand this. You see, it is hidden, and we only have one logo. This is awesome, guys. Beautiful, guys. Beautiful. So I think we are done with this navbar of the thing. Let's go to the next part. All right, and let's text this. You see, when we click on this join now, you see it goes to the join page, all right, where we can join a meeting. Look at it. All right, awesome, awesome. Okay, let me close this one. So this is cool. Now let's go ahead and close this and this. The next component we're going to be creating is the hero component. All right, you can see hero component or section. So let's create hero, and all right. So we now come to our home page, and immediately after the navbar, let's add hero over here. As you can see, it has been imported at the top. All right. So now let's come into the hero. and let's write some code here. So I'm going to start from here, give it a class name of max width square. All right. Dash. So mx dash auto py dash 24, and that is it. So here, let's create a div, and I'm going to give it a class name of flex and flex cool and items dash center justify dash center gap dash 0 and p dash 4. Okay, so within this, I'm going to create h1 and I'm going to give it a class of main title. So if you take a look at the index.css, you see here we created the main title class and now we are making use of it. All right, awesome. So let's go back to the hero section. So within the title here, I'm going to write this text. Awesome. Now, outside this, after the h1, let's create a div, and I'm going to give it a class name called join btn. All right. So this join btn, this class name is not used for now. Remember, this project is going to be animated. So when I'm going to be animating these components, that is when we're going to be making use of this class. But for now, it is useless. But I'll just add it. All right. So we're going to say link. We're going to import the link from React router done. Let me go ahead and clean this. All right. So here I'm going to write get started, and I'm going to say to, then I'm going to redirect to the join page, and also let's give it a target so that it will open it in a new window. All right. So let's write btn, and let's say primary. Also, let's go ahead and add the shadow. We need to add something. The shadow, we're going to create a custom shadow. I can create a shadow by just writing this, but this is not what I want. I want an inner shadow. So let's come to the tailwind.config.js. All right, so here we're going to create a custom shadow. So to create a shadow, immediately after this color, let's come over here and put comma. So I'm going to create a shadow by adding box shadow. All right, and the first shadow I'm going to create is called card, and let's add this 10 pixel, and let's use RGBA for the color 0.5. Now the next shadow I'm going to add is called, let's say, card inset. All right, so here I'm going to just, let me copy this one, and I'm going to paste it within here, and I'm going to add a set. All right, here. Awesome. So we have created a shadow. So right now I can just use shadow-card or shadow-card-insert, and it will, apply whatever thing I have put in here as a shadow. All right. So you might be wondering, why did I wrap this particular one within a quote and did not wrap this first one? So the reason I wrapped this within a quote is because it contains dash. All right. That is why I did that, because in JavaScript, dash is not allowed within a variable name. All right. So let's close this and let's come over here. So I'm going to say, you see, if I say shadow dash, all right, card insert, it works perfectly fine. If you observe this button, you see that there is a difference. There are some shadows right here. All right. So this is it. Let's make the text bigger by saying text dash LG, and let's give it some padding, py dash 3. Okay. And as you can see, is overlapping with this title over here. So let's come over here. Okay, let's change this gap 0 to gap 6. And awesome. Look at how it looks like right now. And this is cool, guys. So after this is the first child. This guy is the first child of the main container. So after the first child, after this closing div, let's create another div. All right. So I'm going to give this div a class name called dashboard. So this class name I give to it right now doesn't do anything. But when we start applying animation to this project using Gsap, we're going to be making use of this class. Just like we're going to be making use of this join btn when we start applying the animation using Gsap. So we are going to create something here, a dashboard UI here. So what I'm going to do is, within this component, I'm going to create a new folder called UI. All right. So here we're going to be creating the dashboard UI, and we add it to our hero within this div. Now let's go ahead and create a component called dashboard UI within our UI folder. So I'm going to create this, and let's come back to the hero. I'm going to close this too for now. So hero, and we are going to add our dashboard UI here. As you can see, it has been imported over here. All right. So let's now focus on our dashboard UI. First, I will start by giving this some class name. All right. So I'm going to say the class name should be bg-background rounded dash to Excel shadow dash card insert dash insert, and let's come over here. Let's say top bar, and let me just say and top bar. So here we're going to create a div, and let me give it some class name. I'm going to say flex, and I'm going to say items dash center justify dash between gap dash 2 and p dash 4, and let's say rounded dash t dash to Excel. So what this particular one will do is that the border top left radius will be 1 rem Also, the border top right radius will also be 1 rem. All right. So look at it. Then let's give it a bg dash secondary, and let's give it border dash b, that is border button, and let's say border dash white underscore or over all over 10, and let's say shadow dash card dash insert. Awesome. Now let's go inside it. All right, let's go inside, and here I'm going to create a div, and let's give it some class. So the class, I'm going to first of all say hidden, and at 640 pixel, that is SM, we're going to display it to a block. So what I'm going to place within here is the logo. All right, so what I'm saying here is that on a mobile it should be hidden, it shouldn't show, but on 640 pixel upward it should be displayed block. Let me remove this, and as you can see, the logo has been imported right here. Awesome. Now let's go ahead again. So next thing I'm going to create, let's create a div, and let's give it some class. So the first class, let's first of all make it inline block, and let's give it a height of 100%, and let's give it some width, let's say 0.5, and self dash stretch and bg dash white all over 10. All right, so this is just a line, a vertical line. So let me just close it here and remove this closing div. All right, so it's just closed here. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do right now is let me create h2, and I'm going to give it some class name also. So first I'm going to do say hidden, and at 1024 say block, and make the text dash sm, and I'm going to say one meet is the best platform and for video conference. All right, so you see when I expand expand, you see when I expand to some extent, the logo will show. Let's keep on expanding, and you see the text, this text now shows here. All right, so let's keep going. So the next thing after the h2, all right, I'm going to create a div, and let's give it some class, flex items dash center, then rounded dash lg bg dash accent, and px dash 2 border, and border dash white all over 10. All right, so within this I'm going to create a div. All right, I'm going to create a div. So this div, let's give it some class name, flex, and let's say items dash center text dash sm, and text dash primary. Awesome. And we're going to add an icon here. So I'm going to say the icon name I'm going to add is called command. and we're going to be importing this icon from Lucide React. Look at it here, imported. So I'm going to give this icon a size of 14, and over here, let me write something. I'm going to just say plus here and L. All right. And next thing, after this div, let's create an input. Okay, I'm going to move this down, and okay, so let's come over here. So I'm going to give it a placeholder of for search message. All right, search message. Let me just leave it short. All right, and let's give it some class. So I'm going to say first e-2. Okay, and flex-1, bg-transparent, because we want it to be transparent, text-white, and border-none. We don't want it to have any border. Also, let's say outline-none. All right, awesome. Okay, so next, let's create a search button. All right, so let's say search, and this search button will be imported, or the search icon, I need to say, will be imported from Lucide React. So let's break this because we're going to be importing a lot of icons here. So let's break it here. All right, so I'm going to give this a size of 18, and also I'm going to give it some class name. So let's say text-limited and also dash pointer. Awesome. So take a look at it, right? See how it looks like currently. And this is cool, guys. This is cool. So look at it. Awesome. See how it looks like. So next, let's keep going. Let's keep going. So over here, after this one, after this div here, let's come here and let's create something. Let's create another div here. All right, so this div, let's give it some class name. All right, I'm going to give it flex items dash center and gap dash 1. Now let's enter into the div. So here I'm going to create another div, right? And let's give it a class name. So we're going to, this will be containing a profile picture. So if you take a look at the index.css, we have created a class for our profile picture. All right. So this is a class. Let me just copy it. We also have a class for smaller profile picture, but I'm going to be using this one for now. All right. All right. Okay. So I'm going to have the class name here for the profile picture. So within here, I'm going to add an image. All right. So to add an image, I need image that I will add. All right. So we need to get the images we'll be adding and place it within the assets folder. So I have placed a link to the images I will be making use of in this project on the description section. So click on the link to download all the images. I have the images on my computer here, so I'll just copy it. I'm going to copy the images. All right. I'm going to copy it and paste it within my I'm going to paste it within here. all right, but it seems it's not possible to be pasted this way. So I'm going to just drag it and drop it here, all right. So I'm going to pause the video and do that, but I'll be placing the link for you to get yours on the description section of this video. All right, guys, welcome back. As you can see, I have added the images we're going to be making use of in this project. All of them has been added over here, all right. And also, if you take a look at the logos folder, you see all the brand images we're going to be making use of. So like I said, I've placed a link on the description section of this video that you can use to download all of these images we're going to be making use of, all right. And also, if you take a look at, I've already created index.txt file where I exported all the images that we're going to be making use of. For example, this profile one, look at it here. You see how I exported it. See, export default. So this is just to save time. We can now import this, all of these images, any of them in any part of the projects. All right. So just pause the video and make sure you write this, create an index.txt file, and do this. Also, I will make sure that I include this index.txt file on the images I'm going to be uploading on the internet so that you can download it. So while you download it, you're going to see this in there. All right. So now the image we're going to be making use of here is the profile one. So I'm going to let's import it here. So to import it, we're going to say import profile one. All right, we're importing it from asset. All right, so this is it, and we can now make use of it over here, profile one, and look at it. Awesome, awesome. So after we have added this image, let's add something here. Let's add a div, and within the div, I'm going to add history. So let's give this history some class name, text-sm, and here I'm going to write Mary is here. Okay, again, let's create another div, and here let's give it some class name. Let's say flex and items dash center and gap dash 1. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do here within this div, I'm going to add an icon called crown, and we're going to be importing this icon from Lucide React. All right, so I'm going to give this a size of let's make it very small, let's say 14, and let's give it some class name. I'm going to give it a class name of text orange 400 dash text dash orange dash 400. Now let's add a paragraph, and I'm going to write within the paragraph verified. All right, and I'm going to give it some class names. So I'm going to give it text dash sn and text dash new text. Awesome, that is all, and look at it. Awesome, this is cool, guys. This is cool. Okay, so we are done with the top bar. All right, let's go to the next section. So the next section, we're going to create a container that is going to contain every other thing we'll be writing here. So I'm going to say main content, and let me come over here and let's say and main content, and within we're going to create a div. All right, and let's give it some class name. Let me squeeze this so that we have enough space. So we're going to give it a class name, and the class name we're going to give it is let's make it flex, and let's say let's do okay, and let's give it p-4 and flex dash code and items dash center, and at minimum width of let's say 900 pixel, we are going to say flex dash row. So next we're going to say at minimum width of, we're making sure that this is responsive. All right, minimum width of 900 pixel. We are also going to justify let's say justify dash between. Awesome, this is cool. All right, so this is our main container, and we are done with that. So the next thing we're going to create here, we're going to create a section within this main container called video section. And let me comment the end here, and video section. All right, so here we're going to create a div, and the div we created here, let's give it some class name. We're going to say flex-1 and w-full, and next let's say md p-6. Also, I'm going to create another div within. So here I'm going to give this a class name of relative and flex items dash center, justify dash center, bg dash accent, and rounded dash to excel. Next, shadow card dash card, and h dash 50, and mb we're going to say h dash 72. Also, let's say lg. In fact, let's remove this and let's just say lg. We are going to use h dash 96. Awesome. Now let's go into the dev. But before then, let's make sure, let's say overflow dash hidden, and then we can go inside. So I'm going to add this image. So the image we're going to be adding here is user1 image. Look at it here. User1. This is it. And if you check our index.css here, you see that it has been exported here. All right, so we can now make use of it. So I'm going to just write user1, and when we scroll up, you see that it has been imported over here, and look at it. Right, awesome. So above this image, I'm going to create something up here. So I'm going to use dev, and let's give it some class. I'm going to make it absolute, and top dash 4, top dash 4. Also, I'm going to give it right dash 4 and z dash 10. Also, ui dash 2 and dx dash 4, and let's say bg dash secondary all over 50 to make it transparent. Also, let's make it blur let's say backdrop, all right, or dash block dash 3 pixel. All right, and next we are going to give it rounded dash LG, and let's also give it text dash XS, and that is all. So within it, I'm going to write Mr. Adinoba. All right, so look at what we just created. Now, next one, after the image, I'm going to create another thing here. So I'm going to say div also. So let's give it some class name. We're going to give it absolute. All right. There's let's say button dash 4, and let's say z dash 10, and also let's go ahead and say w dash full, and let's give it flex, and items dash center, and justify dash center. All right, so within this we are going to create a paragraph of text. So this paragraph, I'm going to give it some class name also. So let's say py dash 2 ex dash 3, and max dash w dash 90%. So, and let's say bg dash secondary, and let's say force underscore 50, and let's say backdrop blow, let's say 3 pixel, and rounded dash LG, and next let's say text dash fx, and line clamp. We're going to use 2 for the line clamp. Now the next thing we're going to do is let's write the text here. Let's say this meeting to 20K or so. So look at it here. See what we just created right now. And this is cool, guys. This is awesome. Okay, so let's add something here. Let's say this is the presenter. And also, let's give this a class name of h-full, and also a width of this. Awesome. Now we can now go ahead after this one. All right, after this, let's come down here and let's create another thing. So I'm going to create a div. Let's give it some class. I'm going to display this to the grid, and I'm going to say the grid cools should be 2, and I'm going to give it a gap dash 4, and margin top dash 6. So S1, I'm going to give the grid to be grid cools 4. All right, so here let's create something up here. Let's go to the top. Let's come over here. Let's create something called users. All right, so I'm going to add the first user now. Let's say name, and let's call it Joy. And next, the user image. So I'm going to use user2. All right, imported from assets. So if you go to our index.css here, you see that user2 has been imported. All the users they have been imported, exported here, I mean to say. So look at them, they are all exported over here. So let's, you see we imported it here and we are making use of it right now. So before I continue adding users, let me go and output the user first. When we output it, and we'll go up there again and add the remaining users. So let's output the user. So let's say user and users are going to say, and we are going to map through it, and we want to say user, and so I'm going to create a div. I'm going to give it a key of user.image. All right, let's give it also a class name. Okay, so the class names we're going to give it right now is, let's say, relative and rounded dash TSL and overflow given. All right, so this is good, guys. So let's go inside this div and let's go ahead and create a div here, and let's give it some class name. So the class name we're going to give to this is, we're going to see overflow hidden dash hidden which dash fits, and we are going to give it this again 150 pixel. So this is the image container. So we're going to just add the image here. And what we're going to do is we're going to output user dot image, and for the auth, all right, we're going to add user dot name. All right, look at it, it's added here already. Okay, so let's come after this. Let's come down here and let's create another div. We are going to give it some class name. Let's give it absolute and button dash 2 width dash 4. All right, flex items dash center and specify dash between and ex dash 2. All right, let's go inside now. Okay, so now that we're inside, let's create a div again and let's give it some class name. So this is the class name I'm going to give to it is already created here in our index.css. It is called rounded icon. Look at it here. I'm just going to make use of it. All right, so let's come back. It's called rounded icon. I hope you guys, all right, so look at it, rounded icon. All right, this is it. Now let's give it some other things like background. Let's say bg red. Okay, okay, 500, and let's give it a hover effect. So at hover, we're going to see that it should be bg 700, and we want this thing to happen smoothly. So let's add transition dash all, and also let's change the cursor to pointer by saying cursor dash pointer. All right, Next, we are going to add an icon within here. So the icon we're going to add is called mic, let's say mic off. And this icon will be imported straight from Lucide React. Look at it here. Okay, so let's come back to here. So I'm going to reduce the size of the icon. As you can see, it is too big. All right, it's too big. So let's reduce the size to 14, and let's come below here, and let's give it some class name also. So this paragraph, we're going to say p-2, and we're going to give it pg secondary all over 50, and let's make it some kind of block. All right, so let's say the rounded dash lg, and let's say the text should be sx, right? And here we're going to output user.name. Awesome. And look at the name we outputted here. Correct. So now that we are done outputting the users or the participants, let's come over here and add the remaining users. All right. So to add the remaining users, what I will do is to copy this and let's duplicate it up to 3 more times. So let me come to the second one. I will change the name to Ukamaka. All right, and I will change this to user 3. Also, let's come back here. Let's come to the next one. And let's change the name also as usual. See, they are imported. And this one also imported. So this is what we have currently. Let me refresh. Awesome. So this is what we have right now. And this is cool, guys. And as you can see, it is very, very responsive, guys. It's very, very, very responsive. And this is awesome. Awesome. Okay. All right. So let's move to the next section. Okay. So here is the end of this video section. So we need to add some other things. Okay. To make this thing complete, we need to add some other things. So this is the end of the video section. So before the closing tag of the video section, let's add another div here. So I will add a div here, and let's give it some class. So the class we're going to do is we're going to say flex items dash center and justify dash between, and flex dash co, and the next gap dash 5 and empty dash 6 and lg flex dash row. Awesome. So we have added this. Now let's go inside and let's create a div. All right. And within this div, first let's give it a class name. Let's give it flex and items dash center and gap dash 3. All right. So let's come over here. So we are going to go to the top now. So here at the top, let's create something called buttons, and we are going to be adding buttons to this array. So let me go ahead and add the first button. So I'm going to see here icon. I'm going to say mic off. So this is already imported from Lucide React. Look at it here. So I'm going to say is active. Is active. I'm going to say false. Give it a value of false. All right. So before I continue adding other icons, let's scroll down and output those buttons, right? Before I add other buttons, I need to say, let's first of all come here and output it. All right. So I'm going to say button, and let's have the index, and let's output the buttons, right? So let's give it some class name, but before then, let me give it a key before I forget it. All right, and let's say class name. So the class name we're going to give it, let's wrap it with backtick so that we'll be able to write some JavaScript code within. So I'm going to say rounded icon, which will be created inside our index dot css. So border dash white all over 10, and let's give it some hover by saying hover, and let's say bg primary all over 30, and let's say cursor dash pointer, and let's say transition dash all. Awesome, awesome. Now we are going to add this. I'm going to say if button dot is active. If it is active, we're going to add bg dash primary. Awesome. Now within this div, all right, we're going to add the icon, right, by saying button dot icon, all right, and we close it. And now let's give it some size. Let's say size is 14, and take a look at it here. See what I've added here. Look at it here. Awesome. Awesome. So now let's go back to the top and add the remaining button. Okay. So to add the remaining button, we just need to duplicate this guy and make changes. All right. So for the second one, I will change the icon to video off. So we're importing it from Lucide React. Once again, let me drop this so that we can see everything. Okay. All right. So we use video off here. So the next one, let me replace this one with disk 2. All right. Also, we import it from Lucide React. Okay. Now the third one or the fourth one, let's replace it with copy. All right. And it's also imported from Lucide React. And let me duplicate this 2 more times. And okay, so let me change this one to message cycle more. All right, and look at it right here, imported from Lucide React. Now For this, I'm going to change the is active to true, and take a look at it. You see, it's having a primary background right now because the active is true. Now, the last one, I'm going to change this to this, and take a look. It's imported from Lucide React. Awesome. Look at it. This is cool. Awesome, guys. Look at it. So, we have gone so far with this. So what we need to do is we need to create more things. So I'm going to create a button here before we forget that. So let's come back. Let's come here. So after this div, this div is the direct child of this particular one here. So after the div, let's come down here and let's create a button, right? So I'm going to create this button called, all right, let's give it some class name. So we're going to give it btn. We're going to flex it. We'll give it a bg red 600, and let's give it a hover. We're going to give it bg red 700, and next we're going to give it a hover again, text dash white, and let's give it some shadow card dash insert, and items dash center, and gap dash 1, and text dash sx. All right, so here within the button we are going to add phone icon. We import it from Lucide React. Take a look at it here. You see the phone icon has been imported over here. All right, so let's give it the size for, let's make it very tiny, which is, let's say 13, and over here let's say leave hub. Awesome. So look at the button we just created, and look at the hover effect. Awesome. This is cool, guys. All right, so now we are done with the video section. So let's come out of the video section. So right here we are going to create the sidebar. All right, let's say sidebar end here. All right, so I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to give it some class name. So let's give it a root, and let's give it sm. All right, yeah. So within we are going to create two things, two sections. We're going to create a summary section and the messages section. So let me create the first section, which is the summary section. Let me just apply with this. So to create the summary, we're not going to be creating it within here. We are going to create it as a component within the UI folder. Let me close this. So within this UI folder, let's create a summary card. Let's call it summary card. Right. So we create it, and let's come back to the UI, and we're going to add it here. So let's add a summary card over here. So look at the imports at the top. So you see we have imported the summary card here. It was imported automatically. So let's go into the summary card and write some code. So first let me remove this, and let's give this some class names. So let's wrap the class name within backtick so that we'll be able to add some JavaScript code here. So I'm going to give it a bg-background relative and py-sys, also ps-4 and shadow card insert rounded 2sl transition all duration 500, and over here I'm going to add a class name, a class prop. So let's create an interface over here for the props that will be supplied. So I'm going to say class name, class name, which will be string, and also I'm going to add this so that it will not be compulsory, or let's say it will not be required. All right, so what we'll do now is let's add the interface here and let's add class name here. So any other additional class name that is added to this, we're going to add it at the end here. All right, so let's add the class name. Awesome. Now let's go inside. I'm going to create a div. All right, awesome. So within this div, let's first of all give it some class name. So I'm going to say flex items dash center justify dash between and md dash 2 mb dash 2 mb dash 2, and let's go inside. So here I'm going to create h3, right? And let's give it some class name. Let's say text dash rg and font dash semi bold. All right, and let's write summary here. Awesome. Next, let's create a div and let's give it some class names. So I'm going to give it flex, and I'm going to tell it to say items dash center and gap dash 4. All right, now here I'm going to add 2 icons. So I'm going to add the first icon is maximize 2, and as you can see it's imported from Lucide React. And now let's give it a size of 15. Now let me add the second icon. I'm going to add move right, and it's also imported from Lucide React. All right, so let's say the size should be 15 also. All right, so after this particular one, let's come down here. Awesome. So here we are going to add another div. Okay, and let's give it some class, a class name of mt-4. All right, and let's give it h4. Let's say h4 here, and let's say objective, and let's give it a class name. Here the first class I'm going to give it is font dash bold and mb dash 2. All right, so next I'm going to create another div. So let's give it some class name, this div, and I'm going to say text dash sm and text dash gray dash 300, and let's say line clamp should be 6, right? Line dash clamp dash 6. So here within this div, I'm going to add a text. I will pause this video and copy a text and paste in here. Also, you can look for a text on the internet, copy it and paste it within this div, and you're good to go. So I will pause this video right now, copy a long text and paste it within here. So I have copied the text. Now let me paste it. So these are the texts. All right. So as you can see, the text is somehow long, but then we use line dash clamp dash 6, which means on the 6th line of the text, no matter how big it is, the remaining part of the text will be replaced with these 3 dots. All right. And that is cool, guys. That is awesome. So let's move on. So after this div, this one over here, let's go to the next line and let's create a div. So here I'm going to give it some class name first before I begin to create something within. So flex items dash center items dash center, and let's say gap dash 2 and empty dash 4 and shadow dash card dash insert and p dash 4 and rounded dash 2 fcl. All right. So I am going to add an icon. Let's call it brain circuit, imported from Lucide React. Look at it. Look at the icon imported from Lucide React, and let's give it a size of 18. All right, and let's give it some class name. Let's say let's give it a class name of text. Let's say blue dash 500, and also let's come after it and let's create a paragraph. So here I'm going to say powered by AI, and let's give I think this is okay for now. This is cool, right? So this is awesome. This is cool. So we are done creating this summary card, and we can now go back, and since we have, let's come to where we added it. Since we have a class props there, we can now add some class here. All right. So the reason why I created this summary card in a different place, because we're going to use it not just here, but we're going to use it in another part of this project. So it's good we create it on its own and reuse it instead of creating it 2 times. All right. So let's add some class names here. The first class name we're going to add is my-5 and left dash 10. Also, let's add rotate dash 12 and let's add hover. We're going to say rotate dash 1 dash 0. Also hover. We're going to say left dash 0. Awesome. So look at it right now. Let's refresh, and this is it. Awesome. And when we enlarge this, you see, look at how it looks like currently. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and create the next thing. So here we are done with the summary. All right. So the next thing we're going to do is to create the message section. let's say message section, and let's add end. So I'm going to, let me close this. Over here, let's create what we call message card. Again, we're going to be using this message card in other place, so it's good we create it different here. All right. So what I'll do right now is to add the message card here. All right. Sorry. Okay. Message card. So we import it. So look at it. We have imported it right here. Look at it. It's already imported. So we add it over here. So now here inside the message card, let's give this a class name. So the classes, we need to add some classes here. So just like we did in summary card, we're going to wrap this within a backtick so that we'll be able to add JavaScript. So say relative, the bg dash secondary b dash 4 and border and border dash white underscore all over 10, let's say rounded dash 2 SL and overflow dash hidden. And also we are going to create an interface here. Let's create an interface and let's say props and let's add class name. All right. Let's add this, and over here we add the prop, the interface and image here. We add class name. Also, just come over and add the class name. So awesome. Now, after we are done with this, let's go inside and create a div. We're going to give the class name also. So let's give it flex items dash center and justify dash between, and that is it. Let's enter into this div. All right, let's enter the div, and we are going to create, number one thing we're going to create here is h3, and we're going to just write messages. All right, now let's give it a class name. So the first class we're going to add is text dash lg, and also font dash semi, right, bold, nb dash 2. Awesome. Now let's add an icon here. Let's call it arrow right to line. So we are importing this from Lucide React. All right, so you imported from Lucide React, and let's give it a size of 15. And look at it here. Look at it here. All right. So now that we are done with that, let's come down here. Okay. And let's create another div. And let's give it some class. So I want to give it p-4 and bb-11 and rounded dash mb space dash y dash 4 and h dash 48. Also overflow dash auto and overflow y dash auto. All right. So let's make this hidden. Let's say hidden. All right. Overflow hidden. All right. But on the y-axis, we'll make it auto. Now, when this is overflowing, let's first of all output the message before we now add other functionalities. All right. So let's go inside. Now we're going to output messages here. So to output messages, let's come up here and let's create, instead of writing it one after the other, let's create messages array and let's add messages here. So the first message, let me write the name of the sender and also the image. And let's say the image will be user 2. So as you can see, it's imported from asset over here. And let's write the message. All right, and let's go ahead and write the time. All right, so I'm done with this first message. Let's go ahead and add other messages. So I'll just duplicate this 2 more times. All right, now let me edit the second one. I will change the name and the image and the message. Then the third one, continue. You can change it anyhow you wish. All right, so you see we have added the messages. Now let's go ahead and output them over here. So let's output it. So we are outputting the message right now, and let's create a div. I'm going to give this some class name and also a key. So the key, let's say the key will be message dot image. All right. So the class name, let's give it a class name, and also py dash 2 and bg dash accent all over 70 to make it somehow transparent. Also hover bg dash accent and rounded lg dash lg. All right. So within, let's create a div. Right. So this div, let's give it some class name of flex item dash center and gap dash 2. Sorry, items dash center gap dash 2. All right. So now let's come inside. So inside, I'm going to do this div, and we're going to give it a class name of rounded profile dash small, and let's create this. So here we're going to say that we're putting message dot image, and after that, let's create this h3. All right. So look at what we are doing here. So after that, we create h3 and let's give it some class name. Test.sm, and we go ahead and output the name message.name Then after this, we will go ahead and create key. Let's give it class names. All right. Let's say class dash ss text dash project and run dash auto. So here we are going to output the time. Sorry. All right. Awesome. So now that we've outputted the time, uh, we are going to come out of the div, this particular div here, this one, and let's come down here and create this. I'm going to output the message here. Okay, so let's give it some class name. So text dash 6 empty dash 2 and text dash muted. Awesome. So look at it here. Awesome. See, now we have a problem here. I don't want this scroll bar to appear. All right. So to prevent the scroll bar to appear, let's go to the container. So this is the container for this. So to stop it, we do this. We do, and I want to say web kit scroll bar, and out here we're going to give it hidden. All right. So this should hide it on WebKit. It should be able to hide the scroll bar on WebKit. Now you see right now it's not hiding it. Now let's go ahead and let's see next overflow style. All right. We're going to say no. All right. Again, let's go ahead and let's say scroll bar width and let's say no. Awesome. You see the scroll bar is not showing right now, but we are still able to scroll, and that is cool. Also, this thing does not have a good padding, so the padding is not okay. So let's add something here. Let's say the x dash 3. All right, awesome. So look at it, looking cool right now and more better. So let's come over here so you can see how it looks like. All right, awesome, awesome. So next thing I want to do is the space between this and the top one is not that cool. It's not that good. So what we will do is let's come back to our UI. So since we have this has a class name props, we pass the class name. I'm going to say empty dash 8, and that should be able to separate them. Look at it. Awesome. So we are done right now with this header UI. There is this the space between this is too close. So to solve that, let's come back to our hero section and let's go to the place we added it, which is right here. So let's add this. Let's say my dash 4 and p dash 4. Awesome. You see, there is a space between this and also this side. All right. Awesome. All right, guys. This is cool, guys. This is cool. So we can now go to other parts. We're not going to animate this right now. We will be animating this at the end of the video when we are done creating all the components we need to create. Then we will come back and animate it one after the other. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, close this and close this and close this. And let's go ahead and open the home page. So we're going to create the next component right now. Now, the next section we are going to be creating is the partner section. So let's create a new component here. And let's call it partners.css. And let's remove this. So I'm going to come back to this and let's add the partners here. All right, look at it, it's imported. All right, so let's come back to the partners. So let's start by giving this a class name for this. And also let's say mx auto. All right, so right here, let's create a div. Let's give it some class name and mb10. And also let's say p-4. And within, let's create h1. And here I'm going to say chosen by companies. All right, so let's give this some class name. So the class name I'm going to give it is name title. Awesome. Now let's come here and create another div. So I'm going to give this div some class names. First, I'm going to give it a class name of relative and overflow dash hidden. Also white space of no wrap and p dash p dash let's see, let's just py dash 4 will be fine, and let's give it group. All right, okay, now the next thing we're going to do is let's create a div. All right, and let's give it some class. I'm going to call it logo slide. So this class name logo slide doesn't have any effects on this div right now. It will have effect when we begin to add animation. We're going to be using it to add animation to this. All right, so let's give it bg background and let's say inline block, and there is it for now. Okay, so here within this div we're going to output the partners. All right, so to be able to get the partners, let's come up here and let's say const partners. All right, so we'll be adding partners to this array. All right, so let's start by adding the first. So the first partner I'm going to add is, let's say, name Amazon, and let's add their logo. So if you take a look at here inside the assets, you see that over here we exported the logos of the partners. All right, it's already exported here, so just to make use of it right now. Okay, so we're going to use Amazon imported from assets, and let's go ahead. So I'll just duplicate and make changes. So the second partner will be Facebook, and Let's change it to Facebook. Third. So I'm done adding the partners, and as you can see, all the images has been imported from asset. All right, so let's come down here and let's output these partners one after the other. So to output them, we come over here. We're going to say partners.map. All right, and partner. All right. So over here, we are going to output an image. All right. So the image we're going to do output is number one. We'll give it the src, which will be partner.logo. And next, we're going to say auth, which will be partner.name. Next, let's give it a key. Since the names are different, let's say partner.name. All right. And lastly, let's give it class name. So we're going to say inline block, and let's give it height of 30, let's say 30 pixel, and width of auto, and mx-8, and filter. We don't want it to look at it now. For example, take a look. You see, it's having its color, but we want it to be gray. So we're going to say filter, and we're going to add grayscale, and we're going to also add object content, and this is it. Awesome. This is cool, guys. So the next thing we want to do is to add our animation to it so that it will be auto scrolling on its own. To be able to achieve this animation, we need to create our animations. We need to configure animations in the tailwind.config.js. So let's go to tailwind.config.js and let's create our animation here. All right, so after the box shadow, let's add comma here. So the first thing I need to create is a keyframe. So let me create keyframes. Let's add keyframes. All right, and you can create as many keyframes as you want within here. So, but I'm just going to create only one keyframe called slide. All right, and within here, I'm going to say it should play from, and let me say transform. All right, and I'm going to translate it. All right, translate the x as is. All right, to 0. All right, so I'm going to just do this, and then I'll choose 1. Let's change this to 2, and here let's change this value to minus 100. Sorry, 100%. Awesome. So we have created a keyframe, just like in a normal CSS, vanilla CSS. You need to create a keyframe and then add it to an element. Now we need to create an animation, right? Add the keyframe to it. All right. So I've created a keyframe. Let's create the real animation itself. All right. So I'm going to say animation. All right. So Here again, you can create as many animation you can create within this curly brace of animation, but I will create just one, all right, and I'm going to call it slide dash logo. So I'm wrapping it within this quote, all right, because it contains dash, all right. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to add a keyframe which is called slide, and I'm going to say it should play in 35 seconds, and I'm going to give it linear infinite. Awesome. You see, I'm done with creating this. All I need to do now is go back to partners and add the animation. So to add the animation, what do? All I need to do is to come over here, all right, and I'll add animate dash slide dash logo. You understand? Can you see that? You see, it's already animating. It's already animating. This is awesome, guys. Awesome. You see it's animating. So, but there's a problem here. The problem is that when this logos is no longer enough to fit in, there will be a space left. Look at it. So there's a way to solve this, right? But before we solve that, uh, I'm going to do something. I want us to configure this in such a way that when I hover over this, it will stop animating. All right, it will just stop. All right, it will pause. So to do that, I've already added group to the parent of this logo slide. So this group must be added in order for this next thing I'm about to do to work. So I'm going to say group hover. All right, on group hover, I'm going to say animation play state. We're going to pause it. Let's say paused. All right. So right now, if I hover over this, let me refresh. Okay. Let me make sure this is safe. You see, okay, something is wrong somewhere. Okay. See, when I hover over this, it will stop animating. It will stop scrolling by itself. All right. Awesome. This is powerful, guys. Now let's go ahead and solve the problem we have. We want to make it in such a way that this thing will not finish and then there will be a space left. All right, so what we need to do right now to solve this problem is look at this logo slide, make sure you select everything, copy it, all right, and come after this one and paste it again. So we have two logo slide now. This way, it will not finish. All right. So if we check now, you see that it will continue playing without finishing. Awesome. So look at it. Awesome. Let's give it some time. You see that it will keep on playing. Awesome. So you see, everything is working perfectly fine. All right. So this is it. And Uh, all we need to do right now, the next thing we need to do right now here is that we need to add some things here. We need to add some shadow here and over here. So to do that, let's come after this, what they call? After this, let's come over here. So I'm going to create a div, all right? Let's create a div here. But let me just comment left and right, let's call it left and right. I think there's something wrong here. Let's copy this again. This is logo slide. Okay, let me copy it again and then you paste it. Okay, I can now comment. Let's say left and right shadow. Okay, now over here, the first thing I'm going to create here is let's say div. It's not going to have a closing tag, so I'm just going to add a class here. So I'm going to say absolute, all right, and left dash 0, also top dash 0, and h dash 2, and w dash, let's say 50 pixel, and let's say bg gradient dash 2 to right or to left. This is to left, and we are going to see from dash transparent to dash background, and that is it. Awesome. So I'm going to, if you take a look at this, you see that there is some kind of shadow here right now. All right, if I increase this, let me increase this. Let's see. You see the shadow becomes bigger. All right, but I don't want it to be too big, so I'm just going to use 50. Now let's add to this side. What we'll do is let's copy this and paste. So now we're going to change this to the right dash 0. All right, and we are going to change this to right. All right, and that is cool. Awesome. You see, it has also been added here. Awesome. That is cool, guys. And I think we are done with the partners section right now, and we can proceed to other section. Okay, let's proceed to other section. Let's close this and this. Next, let's create the features component or the features section. So let's come to components and we'll create features. And let's delete this. Now let's come to home and let's import. Awesome. So now let's work on these features. Let's give it class relative ey-20 max mx-auto, and let's come inside and create a div. Let's give it absolute and let's give it left. So this we're creating is a blur effect. And we are going to add, let's come over to Tailwind. So here we're going to use this style right now. All right, so to use that, we're going to say to primary accent. All right, awesome. So we are done with this. Now we can even remove this closing div and just close it like this. This is just to add a blur effect. Look at it here. All right, so let's go ahead and add some other things. So I'm going to say rounded dash full, and let's specify some blur, and let's get the index of 0, and look at it here. So we just created this blur effect using this code. Now next, let's go ahead and okay, so right here, I'm going to create a div and let's give it a class name of all right, let's say H100 peso, and next author, and let's say P-4, and let's say H1 here. So I'm going to just write some text here, but before then, let's give it some class name, and let's write a text. All right, so after this, let's add P here. Let's give it some class name, text dash method, and let's say text dash center and empty dash save, and let's write some text here. All right, so after this, let's come right here. So after this one, let's come down here and let's create a div. So within this div, we are going to output what I call the features. All right, so to do that, let's come over here and create features at the top. Let's say class features. All right, and we're going to be adding features to this array. All right, so the first features, let's add it. That's a title. Let me write the title. So the user, we import it from Lucide React, and that's a component. So this component, let me just, for now, let me just say H1. Let's say hello. All right, and let's say and BG cover. All right, so this is not yet added, but I will add it soon. Let's say description. All right, so this what we're going to be adding. Of course, we're going to be replacing this with something else. All right, so and also we need to create this BG invite and BG cover. All right, this BG invite I need to say, BG cover is already defined within Tailwind. All right, so let's go ahead and create a component. I'm going to create a component called event card. So let's replace this with a component. So within this UI, I'm going to create a component called invite card.css, and I'm going to save this. All right. So here I'm going to replace this with invite card. All right. It's imported here. Awesome. Awesome. So now let's go and output. We're going to output this first one. Then later on, I will show you how I will add the rest of the features. But for now, let's go ahead and output this. So come over here. All right. And we are going to output them one after the other. So I'm going to add. So here we're going to say flex, and we'll say flex code, and let's do this item stretch. All right, and let's say 25 and let's say BG ascent, and let's say 100 SR, and let's say shadow card dash reset and overflow dash hidden. Also, we're going to add box class here. So this box class is not going to be used for anything now, but we're going to be using it to animate this card we're creating. All right. So also let's go ahead and add key here, index, and we can now write thing here. So I'm going to create b here. So and I'm going to give it a class name. So class name I'm going to give it. Let's wrap it within this. Let's wrap it within Vite. And we'll say b dash 4 and h dash. Let's say 250 pixel and overflow dash hidden. And next, we're going to add this here. I want to say feature dash dot bg star. All right, and we are going to come within, and we're going to say feature dot component. All right, so we are done with this. Let's go ahead to the next. So we're going to see class name here. We're going to flex this to 1. And we're going to see p dash 4, also bg dash accent, and rounded dash b dash tsl, and shadow dash card dash insert. All right. So here we are going to output. The first thing we're going to output is the icon, feature that icon. All right. And let's go ahead again and say h3 and feature dot title, and let's give this a class name. That's a text dash sm ny dash 2. All right, and let's come over here. Let's say here, and let's say feature dash description, and let's add in the class name. Okay, so let's say text dash sx and text dash muted line blank dash here, and let's see what we're doing here. So this is basically what we have created right now. All right, so awesome. So I'm going to go ahead right now and do some other things, and this spelling is not correct. Absolute. Awesome. So this is how it's supposed to look like. All right. Now let's go ahead and create this invite card. Let's complete it before we now begin to add other features. So let's come over here. So let's start by removing this, and let's give this a class name. So I'm going to wrap the class name within this, and I'm going to say relative e-4 and border and border dash white all over 10, and rounded dash 2XL, and overflow dash hidden. And next, we are going to create an interface here, and let's say props, and we add class name string, and let's add this so that it won't be required. And let's see what's here. Let's update the class name. Let's add the class name, and let's update it here. All right. So now within, let's create a div. I'm going to give it some class p dash 4 pg dash secondary, and rounded dash 2xl. All right. So I'm going to also create h2 here. I'll give it some class dash audio, and font dash new bold nb dash 2, and let's write invite members. Now let's write p and text dash reject, and let's write invite participants again. And there it is. Let's create a div here. So, sorry, items dash center, specify dash between, and empty dash 2, and also let's go ahead and say bg dash accent, and py dash 2, px dash 4, and rounded dash 2xl. So within this, we're going to create paragraph. Let's say the class name is text dash ss, text dash reject. Let's write here adding a bar, and let's say h4. Now let's say join now. Let's give it some class text dash ss. Awesome. So look at how it looks like currently. So we are going to come out of this two, and down here let's create our div, and let me make sure it's separate, and let's give it some class. I'm going to give it p dash 4, and rounded dash 2xl, bg dash accent, empty dash 2, and shadow dash car dash insert, and that was it. So let's come into it, and let's create a div. Let's give it some class. Let's and let's say items dash center, and that dash 2 border white, that slash 10, and let's go ahead and say p dash 2. Awesome. And within this, before we continue, let's give it some, let's say, rounded dash t, let's say, Excel, and that is cool. So here now, we are going to create a div, let's say class. We are going to say rounded profile dash small. Alright, so here we are going to add the profile image, and I'm going to use user 5. We're importing it from assets. Look at it here, imported from assets, and this is it here. Alright, so after this, we are going to create a div, and within this div, we're going to create h3, and let's give it some class of text dash sx. So let's write here Alima James. All right, and let's come out, and here let's create paragraph, and let's give it some class name. So let's say text dash sx and text dash native, and over here let's write the email address Alima James at gmail.com. All right, so you see, look at it. So what I'm going to do now is let's copy this. Let's copy this one. Correct. And let's come after it here and let's paste it. So all I'm going to do is to edit the second one. So first I'm going to remove this border of the pen. Let me remove the border. And let me change this to user, let's say user 4. All right. And here is imported from asset. And let me change the name. All right. Also the email address. All right. And let's take a look at it. So this is it. Awesome. Now, I think we are now done with this. All right. So what we need to do now is let's go back to the features here and add the remaining features. But before we add the remaining features, I want to make this thing somehow transparent and blur at the same time. So let's give it the class name. I'm going to start by saying that we should have a bg secondary underscore 70, and also we should have a backdrop all right ASL, and that is it. I think okay this way. Awesome. Now the next thing we are going to do is to add the remaining uh, features. So, but as you can see, this is somehow you're not seeing the blurriness right now, but until we add the background image. So for now, let's add the remaining features before we now add the background image. So all I will do is just copy this. Let me just duplicate 2 more times. All right, and let me go ahead and edit the second one. So message cycle heart, we import it from Lucide React. All right, so I'm going to replace this with another thing. So I'm going to replace this with message card. So message card is imported up here. All right, and I'm going to change this to bg message, and let's change the description. All right, so I'm done with this particular one, and this is how it looks like. Awesome. Now let's go to the last one. Let me change the let's change the type. And this is how this one looks like. All right, so this is it. Now we need to do something about this. We need to write some code about it, but before we do that, let me you see this class name of use here, this bg invite, bg message, and bg summary. We need to add it. It's a background image that we need to add to our tailwind.config. All right, so we need to add it here in our tailwind config file. All right, to do that, we are going to make use of after the animation, let's add command, and let's add background images. All right, background image, and here we are going to be creating those things. So we have the invite. All right, and we have the message, and we have the summary. All right, so if you take a look here in our asset folder, we have the backgrounds we want to make use of. All right, these are the backgrounds we want to make use of. All right, so for the invite, I'm going to use URL, okay, and we are going to point to, we're going to point this to the background, which is within assets. All right, and I'm going to see, we're going to be using background tree for this dot png. Okay, all right, so if you take a look, things are not it's not yet added, but then we are going to make sure it's being added very well. So when we refresh this, you see it has been added. The background image has been added here. Now I'm going to copy this one and let's paste it on the message. I'm going to use 2 here, and let's paste it here again. I'm going to use 1 here. So look at it. Awesome. So you see the background images have been added. Awesome, guys. So the next thing we need to do is we need to make sure this thing is organized very well. So let's come back to the future and we go to the container that contains it. So this is the container. This is the container that contains them. So let's give it some class name. All right. So the class name we're going to give to this. So let's start by giving it a grid. And let's see that the grid goes with 1 and star dash 4 and also p dash 4 and let's say empty dash 10 and name dash, let's say 900 pixel. All right, we are going to change the grid code to 3. All right, awesome. So look at it. This makes sense, guys. And look at it here. Awesome. Awesome. So we're done with this pictures of the thing. Later on, we'll come back and animate it. All right. So you see, you can interact with this. Awesome. All right. So let's go ahead and close this and this. So the next section is going to be the about section. So let's create it over here. About, and let's add it over here. And as you can see, it has been imported automatically. So let's focus on writing code here. So I'm going to start by giving this class. And over here, let's create a div and let's give it a class of p-4. And within it, let's create h1. Let's give it a class of main-title. And let's write something. And over here, let's add a paragraph and give it some class. Text-sm, text-needed, and text-center, 20-6. Let's write something here. So here is it. And next, let's come down here. Let's say add, or let's call it row 1. Let's end it here. So I'm going to create a div. Let's give it some class. And let's say div codes 1 and and let's say justify dash between dash 10 and t dash 8 t dash 4, and let's say content box. So this content box will be used when we want to add animation to this component. So for now, it is not doing anything, but let's just add it. All right. So let's create a div. So here in this div, we are going to create, let's make it, give you some class relative p-6 dash insert and w dash full, and let's give it some md, and let's give it order of 2, and at md the order will be 1. Awesome. Now within this, we're going to create, let's say, ng. So here we're going to put in the user sys. Then this is imported from assets. Let me remove this. All right. So after this, first of all, let's give it some class name. So let's give it a class name of rounded dash CSL. All right. And look at it. Awesome. So we are going to create something here. Let's say div. Within this div, we are going to create some other thing, but let's just give it some class. Let's give it class. Let's make it first of all absolute, and let's give it button 0, left 0, full width, E-8, and flex, and press dash code, and gap dash 6. All right. So within this, I'm gonna create. Let's create something. So the first one I'm going to create here is, let's say, div first. Here. So here I'm going to say, let's give it a class name first. We'll make it relative and make it flex items dash center and dash 2 and bg dash essence all over 80 so that it will be somehow transparent. And let's give it background below 3SL and shadow dash dash effects, and let's say P dash 4, and also rounded dash 3SL and left dash 4. All right. So within, let's create a div. All right. So this div, I'm gonna give it a class of rounded dash profile, and within here, let's create an image. So the image I'm going to be using here is the C, and look at it, it's imported from our assets. And once I've done this, the next thing I'm going to do is let's create a div here again. So this div, in this div, I'm going to have page 3, and let me write a name. And let's give this some class name, flex dash sm, and let's come over here and let's say p, and let's put some class name here, and text dash sx and text dash related, and over here I'm going to say UI all over. All right, correct. So this is it. Now we are done with this first one. I'm going to add the second one right now. So to add the second one, all I need to do is first let's highlight, let's make sure this is selected. So this is the beginning here. I am going to copy from here to here. Let's give some space. And let's go ahead and copy this. And then you now go ahead and paste it here. All right. Awesome. All right. So this is it. We have two of them. This is the first one, and this is the second one. All right. So for the second one, I'm going to change this to user 5, and you see the user 5 is imported here, and I'm going to also change the name on this. I'm going to change the name to this, and also let's change this to here. All right. So for this second one, I need to change this from left to, let me change it on the right. Let's say right, and I'm going to change this value to, okay, the value should be 12. All right, so this is how it now looks like. Awesome. So this is it. And we can now go ahead. Now that we are done with this one, this particular one, so this is where it ends. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to create another div. All right, and I'm going to give it a class name of Rex1, and this is step center, step dash center, order dash one, and md order dash two. And let's use h1 over here, and I want to give it a class name of title, and let's write some text within it as a comment. Okay, and let's add paragraph here. I'm going to give it some class name, and let's write some here. All right, so I'm going to come here and click the button. All right, so we need to, let's say, explore, and let's add this button within the div. All right, and let's give it legs, and we also give it what we call y dash center and empty dash 4. All right, so if you take a look, this one comes first, even when it comes last before the code. See, it comes first before this one. This is because we're using order. All right, so but on the last screen, it's going to come after the image. Look at it. Okay, it's going to be here. Can you see that? So that is the power of ordering in grid layouts. Now we are done with this card, the row one. So the row one is done. So let's create the row two, and let's work on it. Okay, so to create the second row, all we need to do is to come to this first row, and let's copy everything, and we're going to paste it within the row two comments. And what we're going to do is I'm going to copy this. Instead of it being here, I'm going to copy it. I'm going to cut it. All right, and let's come over here. First of all, let me click on this. Let me know where it starts. So this is where it starts, and I am going to paste that here. All right, awesome. So we're going to make changes within here. And before we start, okay, so let's start making the changes. First of all, I don't need this over here. All right, and here now, let's edit this to fit what we want. So I'm going to say here, let's remove it and change the text to, all right. So let's also change this one. Awesome. So we have created this successfully. This is it here. All right. So let's change this image. Let's change this one. Let's work on it right now. So here I'm going to remove this. and I'm going to change the image to user 7, and you see user 7 is imported here at the top. All right, so look at it. So this is the user 7. Now let's come to this absolute container, and I am going to delete this. All right, I deleted the first child. So, and as for the second child, I'm not supposed to also delete it. Okay, but let's just leave it and let's work within it. Let's do something within it. But I'm going to, let me see, left here instead of right. I'll change this to left. All right, so this, let's work within it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create more things here. So what I'm going to, let me, first of all, let me change this to, let's say, left. Let me just use something like, in fact, let's just delete everything. Let's delete this. All right. So let's start with div, and let's give it a class. So it's a relative, and let's use bg accent, and also let's use shadow dash insert, and let's use p-4, and let's see, rounded to SF, and let's dash 6, then let's see SM at plus dash 4. Awesome. Now within here, let's do something, and what we're going to do here is this. We are going to do the class name of class and Python dash center and dot dash 2. So let's create a div, and let's give it a class of rounded dash profile, and let's add an image within. So I'm going to say img, and the image I'm going to add here is the user2 image, which is very important. All right, and after that, let's come here. I'm going to create a div. Now let's use h3, and so I don't know, and let's see text dash sm here. Also, let's create this paragraph, and let's give it some class. Let's say dash text dash ss, and text dash meter, and let's receive that UI/US developer. All right. So now that we are done with this, let's come over here, and we're going to create something here. Let's say div. Let's give it some class. We'll say brief, and it goes with top dash 1, and nt-5. So I'm going to create div, and let's give it some class, btn, and text dash ss, and shadow dash card dash insert, and let's add anything here. So what I'm going to add here is, let's say, for example, let me duplicate. Let's say this is 8. Sorry, let's change this one to 8. Let's change this one to 9, 30. Let me say this to 11. Again, let's say 12. And again, let's say 13. Again, 14. Awesome. All right. So this is cool, guys. So you see how it looks like, and this is how it looks like. All right. So I'm going to add over here. Let me add VG primary to this one, and let's take a look. See it? Awesome. This is cool, guys. So that brings us to the end of the about section. You can see it is responsive and looks good. This is cool, guys. So later on we come back to it and animate it, but for now let's close it and create the next section. The next section will be the testimonial section. So let's go ahead and create it. All right, so let's create testimonial here. And let's come over to our home page and add it. And here is it imported. Now let's work on it. Let me delete this. And let's give it some class. And mx auto. And let's go into it. So I'm going to create a div. Let's give it, and here we're going to create h1. But before then, let's add one more. Let's add this here, and also e-4. So let's add some class name to this h1. I'm going to say main title, and let's write the title within. Next, let's create a paragraph. Let's write the class name, and let's write the description within here. All right. So next thing we're going to do here, let's create a div, and here I'm going to be outputting the testimonials. All right. So let's go up here, and let's create testimonials here. All right. Here I'm going to say testimonials. Then we're going to be adding our testimonials within this array. So let me add the first one. So the first one, let's start with the name. Next, let's add the image. So we'll be using user 7 here. Sorry, user. All right, and let's write the review. So for the review, let me just come over here. I'll write just Lauren, and this will generate some random text for me. So I would like to shorten this text. It's too large. Just remove this. Also remove this, and this will be fine. So I'm going to just cut it, and let me bring it in here. All right. So now let's duplicate this. First, let me put this. So let's duplicate it to 3 more times. 3 more. All right. So I'm going to come to the second one. Let's change the name. And let's use the image called user8, imported from assets. And the third one, let's edit it. So for this third one, I'm going to use this name. And let's change the image to user9. Also the name of the fourth one, let's change it to something else. All right, so let's change the image to user10, project from asset. So look at it. So now let's use this. Let's put the testimonials over here. All right. So we are going to output it by doing this. So I'm going to create a div, and we're going to give it first, we're going to give it a class name. I'll also give it a key of, let's say, the testimonial dot image with a key. And let's go in. We're going to give it div. Let's give it some class. Let's say flex items dash center dash 2. Also text yellow 500. And within here, we are going to add the star. So we're importing this star from Lucide React. Look at it imported here. So I'm going to make it 5. All right. So look at it here. These are its stars. Now, let me go ahead and add some styles here. So I'm going to say p-4, and let's give it a shadow dash card dash insert, and let's say rounded dash reSL, and let's give it another class called review card. So this review card will be used when we want to add animation to this. For now, it is not doing anything, but we'll make use of it later. So coming out from there, we're going to create a div again. Let's give it a class of my-4, and within, let's create something here. Let's create p, and let's say testimonial. I'm gonna put the testimonial dot review, and let's give it a class name, the paragraph. So say test dash sm, and look at it here. So, and we are going to also say that it should be text method that's text dash method. So after that, let's create a div here, and let's give it some class name. All right, I'm going to give it flex items dash center and gap dash 2, and let's create another div. let's give it a class name of rounded dash profile. And here I'm going to add an image, which will be testimonial dash image. Awesome. Now let's create a div here again. And within this div, let's have history. Let me give this a class name. Alright. Text dash sm, and let's see testimonial dot name. Alright. And let's create another div. I'll give it flex items dash center and gap dash 2 and text dash muted and text dash sm, and let's add this icon there. First, I'm going to add an icon called crown, imported from Lucide React. Alright, so let me add the size, maybe 14, and let me give it a class of text dash primary, and let me write over here, let's say pro user. Awesome. So look at it. So next, let's write a code for the container or for this. This is the container here. So let's write class and let's use grid, and let's say grid code one, and let's say gap dash 4 and empty dash 8, also p dash 4, and xn, we're going to say grid code dash 2, and awesome. So look at it on a bigger screen. Let's see how it looks like on a bigger screen. Look at it. Awesome. This is good, guy. So we are done with this testimonial section. The next section, let's go to the next section right now. Next section will be the request demo session. So let's create it. And let's add it over here. And look at it imported over here. So let's focus on this. And let's give this some class. P-4. And let's create h1 and give it a class of main title. And let's write in the title here. And after this, let's come over here, create this, and P-6, and let's write in something here. Alright, so after the paragraph, let's create a div here. I'll give it some class name. Let's say flex items dash center and justify dash center and gap dash 4 and empty dash 8, and let's give these buttons container class. So this class I'm giving is here. This buttons container will be used when we want to animate this. All right. So let me create two buttons here using link. So we import link from React router done. Look at it over here. So I'm going to say try for free. And let's give this to. And I'm going to say join. So I'm going to redirect the user to join page. I'm going to add target dash blank to open in a new tab. All right. To open in a new tab when it's been clicked. So let's give it a class name of btn. Let's start large. All right. So I'm going to duplicate this, and here let me change this test to explore now, and I'm going to add in here. Let me add primary, and this is it. Awesome. So look at it. Awesome. So this is how it looks like, and we are done with this. So the next session, let's go and create it. The next session will be the footer. So let's create over here. Let's see. Sorry, it's a file, not a folder. And create it. And let's come back here and add it over here. See, it has been imported over here. All right. And we can now go ahead and work on this. Let's delete this and let's give this a class name. So we're going to give it mx-auto, and here let's create a div. Let's give it some class name, and let's say flex items dash center and justify dash center, also flex dash code and gap dash 5 and px dash 4 py dash 10 and rounded dash 2sl and shadow dash card dash insert. And also let's add this class name which we'll be using to add animation to this later on. So let's say h1. I'm going to give it the class name of text-2xl, and let me give it this class name called heading. I'll be using this to animate this later on. So let's just stay. So for this paragraph, let me give it some class name, text-sm, text-meter, and t-2, and let's give it description class. We'll be using this to animate it, and let's write some description here. All right, awesome. So after this, we are going to come out of this div and let's create another div here. So let me give it some class name of, let's scroll. So this is what we created. So I'm going to create another div here, And this div, I'm going to say class name. All right. And we are going to see flex. And we're going to see PG secondary. All right. And let's say P-2 and rounded -2, let's say that's a shadow card insert. Also, let's give it a class of form for animation. So let's create an input here, and I'm going to give it a placeholder of email. Let's say email address. Let's give it a class. So the first class, I'm going to say bg transparent w -2 order none and outline none. Also, let's say h 40 pixel and px 3. Awesome. So we are going to come over here and create a button. Let's write subscribe here, and let's go ahead and give it some class. So I'm going to see btm and then primary. Awesome. So, but then this is not supposed to be outside. All right, so what I'm going to do is let's move this in here. All right, and let's go ahead. Let me create a div here. We are going to move this h1 and paragraph into this div. All right, and let me give this div some class name. I'm going to just say text center here. Awesome. So look at how it looks like. Okay. So also, we need to see here hover text white, and that is cool. Okay. Awesome. And okay, so we don't even really need to do that. All we just need to do is make sure that this is primary. And that will solve the problem. So look at it. Awesome. So now that we are done with this, let's go to the next one. So after this, I'll come over down here and I'm going to create another div. So within here, we're going to output some navigation. So let's come over here at the top here. We're going to say const, let's say navigation, and we are going to be adding the navigation over here. All right. So what I'll do is I'm going to create the first navigation now. So here in the first navigation, I'm going to give it a title of pages. All right. And I'm going to say routes, and I'm going to create a lot of routes within. So I'm going to say level. So I'm going to say home and hr will be this. So let me create another one again. So this one will be the about, And since we don't have about page, let me just use add here. And this next one will be resources. And the next will be pricing. Next will be okay, so there is no next. Let's just leave it the way it is right now. So what I will do is let's put comma here, and I'm going to copy this and duplicate it 2 times. All right, so this will be the second one. So for the second one, I'm going to say services. All right, and I'm going to change in this, all of this. So I'm going to say HD video course, and I'm going to use apps. All right, so I'm going to say here screen sharing, and also meeting recording. Right, so all right, so we're done with that. So let's come over here and add support. So in here, let me change this one. Let me change this. Yeah, we add help center, and this, let's see, this should be contact us. All right, and I'm going to remove this. So we are going to loop through that over here. So we're going to loop through it here. So I want to see navigation here, and we are going to map through it. So we, as we're mapping through it, we're going to be putting them one after the other. So let's do it here, and let me give it a class name of space dash y dash t, and then give it a key of index page 1 last name, and let's say text dash sl, and font semi, right, and text dash center, and also let's add the same text dash left. So here I'm going to output the title. All right, so after outputting the title, let's go ahead and output the routes, and I will map through it. So here we're going to use the link from React Router DOM. So we import it from React Router DOM link. So we want to make it a bit here. So here we output route, route dot level, and we are going to give it a key of index here, and also let's say 2 will be route dot href, and let's give it some class name. So we're going to make sure it is displayed block, same block, and text dash ng text dash mixture, and text dash center, also sm text dash left, transition dash or, and over, I'm going to say text dash white. Awesome. And look at it here. Awesome. So this is how it looks like. All right. So let's write a code for the container. So for this container, we need to write some code for it. So I want to say grid, like let's say class grid, and grid equals -1 dot dash sys and dash store and sm dot let's say grid equals dash 2 and md grid equals dash 4. Awesome. And look at this. Let's expand and see. See it. Awesome, guys. So let's go ahead. Let's come here. Right here, let's add something here. So I'm going to add a div, and within this div, let's add another div, and within the div, let's add the logo. So the logo has been imported here at the top, and we can go ahead and add some class name here. So flex justify dash center and sm justify dash start. All right, that is cool. So next, below this, let's add a paragraph, and let's add some class name text dash here, text dash here, and empty dash 2, text dash center, and sm text dash left. And let's just write literal, and I'm going to reduce the text because it's too much. Awesome. This is it. Let's reduce it the more. Alright, so this is it. And this is cool, guys. Awesome. Awesome. So this is it. Now let's go ahead and create after this container here. This is it. So let's come over here. After this container, we are going to come over here and let's create a div items dash center justify dash between and gap dash 4 place dash code and md flex dash row ur dash 6 and ex dash 4 mt dash 10 and border dash t border dash white divided by 10. All right, divided by 10. And next, say shadow dash count dash insert rounded dash 3SL. Awesome. And this is it. Let's go ahead and create a div within. Let's give it some class. All right. So the class we're giving here is flex items dash center and gap dash form. All right. All right. So here we are going to output the social handles. So let's come up here and let's create class social handles. All right. Over here, this is what we do. We'll start adding the social handles. So let's start by saying number one. Let's say Facebook icon. Let's say Facebook. We're importing it from Lucide React. Facebook from Lucide React. All right. href. You can get your Facebook link and add it here as the href. So I'm going to duplicate this into 3 more times and use it. Sorry, let's add comma. All right, so the second one should be YouTube, and let's import the YouTube icon from Lucid React. Next should be Instagram. Let's import the Instagram. Next will be LinkedIn. Let's import the LinkedIn icon. All right, awesome. So look at this. These are the icons we're using. So I'm going to copy this. And let's come down to this and we mark through it. All right. So now that we're mapping through it, we are going to just so that we can put them one after the other. So let me just use social here and index, and let's return. We're going to be using the link component from React Router done. I'm going to what I'm going to put here is social dot icon. All right. And let's set the size to be 15. And let's go ahead and add to here. It will be social dot href, and let's make sure that the target is blank so that it will open on a new tab, green plate. And let's give it some class name. And before I write the class name, let me add a key, which is index. All right, so let's add a class name. Let's use rounded icon, and let's say shadow card dash set. Let's say folder bg primary underscore all over 50, as you see. transition dash all. Awesome. Let's see. And let's take a look. So look at it here. Awesome. This is cool, guys. So the next thing we're going to do right here. So after this div, let's add here. Let's a div. I'm going to say last name text dash sm and text dash center. Alright. We're going to say copy right here and copy. And let's say 2024 dash right Gsap. Awesome. Look at it there here. And again, let me create a div. Let's give this a class name. Flex items dash center dash 4. And within this, we're going to create two buttons using link on the abstract add-on. So I'm going to write here time of use. Alright. I'm going to say 2. And let's give it some class name. Text dash sm text dash rated and transition dash all. And let's say over text dash primary and over underline. Awesome. So I'm going to just say I'm going to duplicate this one and I'm going to change this to privacy policy. Awesome. So look at it. This makes sense, guys. And this is it. This is how it looks like. Next up. Wow. So the next thing that is remaining for us here now is to add the animations using Gsap. So let's look into that. But before then, let me close this. So we'll start adding animation from the hero section. To be able to add animation to this project, we need to install Gsap. So let's open our terminal and we're going to install Gsap by using npm install Gsap and add Gsap underscore /react, enter. So Gsap has successfully been installed. So let me hide this. And to get started, we need to import Gsap. All right. And also we need to import use Gsap outside. So there, over here, we are going to create what we call container, and we are going to use ref a React code called useref. So as you can see, useref is imported from React, and let's give it a default value of null. And we're going to add this container. We're going to add a ref here and give it a container as the value. All right. So let's go ahead and add the use Gsap. And what we're going to do, we are going to add scope. We're going to pass in the container as a scope. Awesome. So here, let's say const timeline. Let's create Gsap timeline by saying timeline equal to Gsap dot timeline, and let's add a delay within it, a delay of 1. Awesome. So we're going to use this timeline right now by saying timeline. We're going to be chaining a lot of animation. So let's say from. We're going to select the main title here. So this is the main title. So let's just select it, main title, and we're going to give it this animation. Let's say opacity 0 and y. Let's say -50. And let's see what will happen. And let's see how it's sliding. Also, let's go ahead and change another from. I'm going to select this join button. You see, we're making use of the join button now. If not, it is not useful before, but it is now useful because of this animation. So we're going to give it opacity X. Let's give it 50. All right, and look at it. Awesome. So let's go ahead. We are going to pick the dashboard, this one, and let me place it here. And let's add the following animation. We're going to say opacity 0, and I'm going to say Y. I want it to slide from down to the top, so I'm going to say 100 here. Awesome. Can you see that's how it's slicing? Let me refresh again. Awesome. So we are basically done with this session. Let's go to the next session. So the next one is the partners. All right, let's write some animation code here. So here in the partners, let's come over here, and we are going to import Gsap here. Also, let's import use Gsap, and let's import. Let's go ahead and import what we call the scroll trigger. All right. Sorry, we're going to import this scroll trigger from this. All right. So we're going to say Gsap. We need to register the scroll trigger as a plugin. So Gsap.register plugin. We're going to pass in the scroll trigger. Awesome. All right. So let's come in here. Let's create const container, and we're going to say useref. We import it from React. So if you take a look at the top, useref has been imported from Vite. So we're going to add this in the completed container. Let's add it to here. Add ref. All right. So here we create our new feature, and this is it. We add the scope, which is a container, and we can now come over here and write our code. So this particular one is using scroll trigger so that when you scroll into this partner section, the animation will occur. Alright, so let's see const time line, and let's see Gsap dot timeline. So here, let's write the configuration. First of all, we're going to delete by 0.5 seconds. And now let's add a scroll trigger. We're going to add scroll trigger. Let's say the trigger will be container dot current, and it should start here, let's say 20%, then button, and it should end over here. Let's say button top. Awesome. Now that we've done the configuration, let's use the timeline over here. That's a timeline, and as usual, we're going to change to it. So I'm going to select the main title here, and I'm going to animate it by saying opacity 0, and let's say Y, that's 50. Alright, so let's scroll. Look at it here. Let me refresh this. You see it. But let me, for example, let's say I am in here. Okay, I'm in here, and let's scroll. See, when I scroll to this, you see how the title animated. Awesome. So let me change another from here to this, and I'm going to say, let's use the logo slide. Look at this. This class name or using this right now. Okay, so we're going to give it opacity 0 and x, let's say -50. Awesome. So we are done with this. So what we do now is, let's go to the next, but let's copy this import so that we're not going to be doing everything from scratch again. So the next one is feature. Right, so those imports, I'll paste it here. All right, also let me just copy this setup here, and let's paste it here in our feature. Let's paste it here. All right, so I'm going to add the ref, which is a container, and let's now edit this to fit into the features. All right, so here in the features, I will change this to X. All right, and I'll come over here. We don't have logo slide here. Instead, we have the text widget here. So I'm going to be adding the text widget over here, and that's it. Next, the box. We need to animate this box. We added it, but We have not animated it yet, so I'm going to add it here. Remove this. Okay, so we're going to see box, and we are going to use one here. We want it to come from the bottom to the top part. So I'm going to say 100, and this is it. All right, so but everything is coming up at the same time. So let's add stagger so that it will be done one after the other. So stagger, awesome. You see, coming in one after the other. And that is all for this feature space. So as usual, let's copy this, the import, and let's go to the next one, which is about. So I'll close this and I'll place the import in about. And let's come over here. Let's copy this so that we will not write it from scratch. And let's paste it here in about. And I'm going to add the ref. Always remember to add the ref container. All right. So let's make some changes here to make it work. So the only changes I think there is here is just to change this from box to content box, because uh, we have content box we created, and this is the only thing we need to just make amendment of here. So let's just change this to content box, and you see that it will animate properly. Awesome. You see it? We are animating very well. So let's go ahead to the uh, testimonial section. So let's copy this as usual, and I'm going to close this, come to the testimonial, and let's paste the imports at the top here. And let's go back to about, and I'm going to copy this so that I won't write it from scratch again. And over here in my testimonial, I'm going to paste it. All right, and let's add the ref here. And let's say container. Awesome. Now let's make changes here also. Here there are no much changes to be made. All I just need to do is to change the content box to this review card. All right, let's just change this to review card, and that will be fine. So I'm going to just say review dash card. Awesome. And that will do the job. So let's take a look at this. Go to the review section. Awesome. Awesome. So now let's go to the next section, which is request demo. As usual, let's copy this and let's close over here, and let's paste it here. Also, I'll copy this and over here, let's paste it. Awesome. So I'm going to just add the ref container, and what we are going to change here is let's add this button container, and since it is one, there's no need for this. All right, so there's no need for this. And also I'm going to change this into X. I want it to work on the X axis. All right, so awesome. Great. Awesome. So that is it. So let's copy this and go to the footer and let's paste it over here. And let's go back and copy this. See, you don't need to be writing this from scratch. You just copy it and paste it where we want to make it up. We can make amendments, and that is all. All right. So I'll remove this. Let's make changes here also. So here we are going to, let's add the ref here. Antenna. And we're going to animate the newsletter. The newsletter, which is this. So we're going to animate it. Let's say Y50. And let's add some delay to it. Let's say the delay should be 1. All right. Also, we are going to be animating this heading. So I'm going to change this to heading. And let's just leave it as it is. Next, we're going to be animating the description, this one. And we are going to say it should be -50, just like the other one. So next, I'm going to be remove this, animating the font. So you see here we have font class here. So we are animating it right now. So I'm going to say this should be 100. And that was it. So let's refresh and try to scroll from the top to the bottom. Awesome. So this one animates immediately the page loads. All right. Awesome. So let's scroll down. Awesome. Wow. This is cool, guys. Guys, if you have not subscribed to my channel and you have watched up to this extent, do well to subscribe. This channel, you'll learn a lot. So just give this video a thumbs up and also subscribe to the channel. See it? Awesome. This is cool, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. I think we have come to an end to this video, and I hope you find this video helpful. And please, before you sign out, make sure you subscribe to the channel and give this video a thumbs up. Also, write your comments down on the comment section. Make sure you engage with this video so that YouTube will recommend this video to more and more people, guys. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video. Bye.